Hello. Okay, let's see. Here I am. I think that we can get started. Okay, so yesterday we had a bunch of problems with our sound, so see. I don't think it reverted anything. Yeah, no, this is good. This is still good. Okay, so hopefully we'll have a smooth stream in terms of the sound. Okay, let me just get my chat open. Okay, everything is looking good. Okay, so we were still busy building this ridiculous UI for production, and then my toddler woke up and came to find me. Okay, so this is essentially what we said we were building, right? Yeah, I just saved it as an image. The working file, obviously, that was Paint. Okay, but yeah, we're building something like this one for production. And we were still setting up all the classes and stuff like that for the UI, for the USS. This is the pop-up list that would show if you want to select one. Okay, so that's my reference. I'll just keep it to the side. Okay, let's see, where were we? Okay, so we were doing current progress. So this is the current item in production. Then we have the queue holder, which just has a bunch of items that are still in the queue, and then we have the queue clear buttons. Okay, they are added. All this is set up. Okay, so I guess the next thing would be to actually define these functions, right? Okay, so add queue elements. This would be... Okay, this would be done when we click on a button here somewhere. And let's see. Okay, so it's going to be amount item selection folder. Wait, where's the button? I think it's the add to queue button, right? Yeah, so we needed to do some things with this button still. Okay, so add to queue. I think it's just dot clicked, right? That's the... I guess we could just do that instead, so we don't need that one necessarily. Okay. Okay, so add to queue is clicked. Now, the only... Okay, there's a bunch of problems. Okay, so when we want to add stuff to the queue, after that happened, so we'd have to go and figure out a bunch of things, right? Okay, so essentially what we'll have to do is, so from the selector, for instance, we've had to have selected an item, right? And then we would have had to increase or decrease the amount. We'd have to access whatever we selected from the selector and the amount. Okay, so the question would be, and we could check with the processing, how do I actually do this? So the element itself, yeah, okay, so on select changed, we get a resource, and we basically just have a new action event, and the idea would be that something else is listening to that event and then doing something about it, right? So it's not doing any of the logic inside here. That might be so we could take that logic to the view model, right? That could be decent. So we basically, in the view model, we store what we selected, so our selection and our amount and all this type of things. We could do that. The only reason I don't want to do that is because it doesn't feel like we've done anything, if that makes sense. But I also don't want to clutter the logic here. So what I'm thinking now is we'd have to have a variable that just saves the selection, for instance. But the selector itself might actually know what is selected, right? Okay, now on selection changed is invoked with item. Okay, an item is of type icons, whatever we put in here. Okay, so it does have the selected item, but it's a private thing, so it's not like we can access it in here. Okay, so it also just sends out a... Okay, so we can in the view model do this instead of in the element. Do I like that? Is that okay? So all the logic, so we'll just forward button clicks and stuff from here to the model, and then the model would save things like what did we select, how many we selected, etc. And then it will take that data and pass it to our simulation. Okay, let's do that. So we'll get the selector and we'll do .on selection changed plus equal. Well, we can do item. We'll do a little lambda function here, something like this. Okay, so this is if we want to. We don't actually have to do that exactly. So we might have public event. Just thinking, this seems unnecessary. In event with a this event would have a module definition SO associated with it, right? On item changed. Selection changed. Okay, yeah, so we could do something like that and then essentially tell it to on item selection changed, and you know, just do that. Okay, then my view model would, it's got the element, so what we would have to do here is probably listen to it, similar to what we do here. Now, so it's going to be elements dot on item selection changed. Plus equal. Okay, so just something like that. So we get this object, and then we'll have to do something with it, right? So in here, what we could have, private. Okay, so this is going to be select item selection stuff for row reduction. Yeah, so something like this. Private, and we'll just keep the module definition SO, and in this case we'll just call it the selected item. And essentially all this has to do is it has to set selected item equals to object. So we just store our selection, essentially. Right, that's pretty straightforward. Okay, so that's the first thing we do. Then the other thing we can do is private int selection amount. I guess that's the next thing we could save. And then in our behavior, okay, so we need to think about this one. So our integer field amount. Now I'm not too sure what they can and cannot do. And I could go look at the documentation, or I could just quickly go here and be like, okay, I have an integer field that I want to be able to type into the field the amount of things that you want, or I'm placing two buttons next to it, an up and a down arrow, essentially, that you can press to increment the amount. And then obviously when you submit, I have a submit button as well. It'll take the amount from the integer field. Just give me something that does it, or show me how that works at least. This is now very nice because I don't have to go read through all the documentation on Unity's website about this. Let's see. Okay, starting value is 1. Okay, so we can obviously for the button. So submit button clicked. This is now the one I want to see also. Okay, so we could just query amount the field dot value. Okay, now that's good then. Okay, so actually we don't need this necessarily. But what I'm thinking is public event action. We can just send an integer here on item selection submit, right? Something like that. No. It's on add items to queue. Something like that. Okay, and that's gonna be my add items to queue. Add to queue clicked. Okay, so what we can do here. Do we even need to do it here? Yeah, I guess so. So we're gonna do on Add items to queue. Count.invoke. And what we want is our amount field. Amount dot value. That's the integer that we send through here. Okay, so that's essentially it, right? Feels like I don't need this over here, but anyway, it's the end of the world. Okay, so that's technically all we need. Could have done a little lambda expression here, I guess. Or could we just do... we just do this, actually. That feels like something we should be allowed to do. Oh yeah, no, it needs to be a lambda function. Okay. If we do that, obviously clicking this doesn't do anything, but that works. Yeah, I kind of like that. Okay. And then for the increase amount dot clicked. I think I'm just gonna do a similar thing. Plus equal. It's just gonna be something like how do you access the value? I think it's just amount field dot value, yeah. It's just gonna be amount dot value plus plus. Don't even think I need the, yeah. And then we just do the same thing for decrease amount dot clicked. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Yeah, okay, wait, no. For decreased amount clicked, we need a little bit more. Right, because we don't want to have a negative number here. So, if amount.value greater than 0, then we could do that, right? I started working with the shorthand for what do you do with the shorthand? It's okay, so they did something like this. Well, actually, it should be greater than 1, right? You can't make it 0 either. That doesn't make sense. Why would you make the amount 0? There is something else I'm thinking about now. What is this? Amount register value change. Callback event. Oh, okay. So let's check that quickly. I think I know what that is, because that's what I was thinking. So there's an event that fires when you change your amount by anything. So it could be amount dot register value changed callback. And then you could do event. You do a little lambda function in here. And essentially what this is for, so whenever you change the amount's value, it'll do a thing. So we can do amount value. Okay, so mathf dot lamp. So we take the event's new value and we clamp it between 1 and 99 or something, so whatever my maximums are. I'm not using Unity Engine. Okay, yeah, so whenever we change the value, there's an event that fires with the new value and we clamp it. So this is essentially changing the value to the new value, which it would have done anyway by itself, but now we can clamp it. This is I don't know if it's inclusive or not. Okay, but that's fine. Okay, so that's essentially everything we need to do here. And we can then go to this side and element dot on add items to queue. Okay. So essentially now we need to do this. So okay, so we've remembered what item was selected. So that's good because it was told when we changed it. Okay, so when we click this button, okay, so now we need to be careful here. So first we need to do if selected item not equal null. Oh, let's just do if it's equal null. We just do a short guard clause here. Yeah, I think that's fine. Don't forget about my coffee. Okay, so we just do that, and then essentially... Okay, now, essentially what we have to do now, over here... This is now the question, right? When this happens... Okay, this is just, I suppose... Yeah, so we basically have to plug into our behavior and change stuff. So our behavior needs to have... Okay, but our behavior does have this. So our view model, we can go to our behavior, and what we want is add items to queue, right? So this would have to be a public function because otherwise it doesn't work. Okay, so our view model then goes behavior dot add items to queue. Okay, so what do you want? Okay, so we're gonna have to go and tell our selected item dot to runtime, right? That returns the module definition. Okay, and then object. As a module definition. Okay, so that's essentially all we have to do. So we just take our behavior, tell it to add items to queue, and we're done. Done. We've added things to the queue. Okay, so it's important that selected item is not equal to null for this to happen. And this integer will always, because we check the element already, that it's at least 1. Right, there's no way it's not 1 ever. Okay, so that's good. So we added items to queue. That's amazing. Now, okay, now this current item in production thing, that will have to work the other way around. Okay, but I'll think about that now. Let's think about things that go towards, so button clicks and interactions here, that need to go to our simulation first, and then we can think about information flow from the simulation to this. Okay, so the next thing would be, okay, my queue holder. Yeah, we need to essentially now add things here as well. Okay, so this is going to be a public function, right? Public void add elements to queue. So I call it elements specifically because this is just visually, right? We need to create these production queue elements, add them to the queue. Okay. Then we need to remove the elements from the queue as well, eventually. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Right, so just adding elements to the queue. Okay, so that could happen essentially when this happens. But what we want to do, since the check is over here, we need to make sure that we essentially have the processing behavior tell us that the items were successfully added to the queue. Right? Okay, so I feel like yeah, this is where it's gonna get a bit funny, right? So the queue needs to be synced with this queue. Right, now we could, in the view model, just tell it to go and add the elements, stick it in here, but that does not mean it would be synchronized, right? Because it's not getting the data from the simulation. We are assuming that the simulation data would now contain these things, so then we add them, but that's bad. So what I should do instead, I think, go to the element and we say update queue elements instead, right? And what we should get for this update to work now, I wonder. So I can do this a couple of ways. I can get a list. Okay. Update queue elements shouldn't want to do anything strange. The view model, I think, actually should get let's try it from the view model's perspective. Yeah, so I have in this case listening to the module and checking if the state changed. The queue would work a little bit differently. But what I'm thinking is in the process behavior, what we should do is something like have an action event fire, right? That whenever the queue changes, so public action event was public event action. Public event action, yes. Public event action. And what I would like here, I guess we send the list of module definition, right? And this is going to be on queue change. On queue change, and I think now we're going to also have public event action on item production finish. And started, right? Maybe when we start item production, we tell it with a module definition what we started, right? Okay, so let's think about that. Maybe this is overkill, but for now I think it's okay. Okay, so when we add items to queue, obviously after we add things to the queue, we need to do on queue changed dot invoke no. like this, right? And we send the production queue through. Okay. Then on start item production, now let's see, start item production. So right here, it didn't happen. Okay, but here it did, right? So on start production started, we have the item. Now what we should do also is update our queue, right? Because we do update the queue. So we started production and our queue updated. Both of these need to be invoked. Okay. And then on production finished, Okay, so on item production finished, we can just invoke this. Now the production finish, I just wanted to clear. So normally what's going to happen, it's going to finish production. Yeah, it's going to finish production, wait for a tick, start new production. Right, so yes, so that's fine. Okay, so that seems reasonable in terms of the types of events that this thing can fire. So now the view model, so it's got from the behavior side dot on queue changed. Right, so that's one we need to look for. And then on the behavior as well, it's got on item production started. And finally, item production finished. Okay, so those are the three things that could happen here. So when we add items to queue, we tell the behavior, listen, please add these items. And then the behavior tells us, cool, we did. Here is the new queue. Right, something like that. Here's the new queue. Okay, now, this is now where it gets a little funny, because when we get the new queue, right, this thing needs to do something. Essentially, what I wanted to do is basically clear the elements it has currently and just create the new queue on update. It seems a little bit like... it's probably fine. Okay, so here's the problem. Since we need an icon, and the name, and then a button, right? Okay, yeah, we should also think about this button, because it will... Yeah, we should actually also have an index here, just so we know which item we are trying to remove from the queue, right? Okay, so this is the information we need. So this and this we would get from a module definition SO. So what I'm thinking is we would need a list of module definition SOs, right? Right, for us to update the queue elements, we would need a list of modules. And then we could do for int I modules.count. We need to do something. So we get a list of everything in the queue, and now we need to do something with it. So I guess we could do that. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is production queue element equals new. Well, it's not just going to be new like that. We should think about what we need to put in here. So, visual element icon. Yeah, probably we should put in a sprite. I would guess. And then we can get a string name, and we can get an integer index, right? So when we create this, we need those three things. And so what we'll have to do here is go to module.sprite, module.id, and I, which is our index. That's what we need to create the element. Okay. And the element would already be on a class list of some sort, so that's fine. And we might have to do some more class list stuff for these three. Yeah, the element actually is not very well defined yet, so we'll have to get back to it, right? Okay, but anyway, so we create an element, and then we effectively want to go to queue holder and just add the elements as we go. Okay, so when we do this, I think the first thing we have to do is queueholder.clear. Right, and as far as I know, this removes all child elements from elements contained. Yeah, okay. So that's great. So we clear all the elements that were there before, and we just add new ones according to our list here. Does that seem a little bit much? Potentially. But I think it's pretty cheap to just recreate all the elements, so I'm not really too concerned. Okay. Anywho. So this should work, sort of. We just need to pull this now from our view model. So on QChanged, we go elements dot update queue elements. Okay, now here we need to go to our database. I don't remember what the database looks like or what kind of functions I built into it for this purpose. So let's go find it first. So I don't even know where it would be. Okay, let's go. I know roughly where it's here. Game entry point, game database asset. No, I don't think it's game manager. Because we have this game data script, right? Okay, so we go game data and okay, so it seems like I haven't I don't have a function like this. Okay, so we need a public list module definition SO, so that's what it returns. Get module definition SOs from let's just do definition to SO. Yeah, something like that. And then we just accept a list of module Something like that. I'm just thinking. There a better way. These work with. So there's a string definition. It's something like this, right? Yeah. It's exactly this thing that I did previously. Yeah, so you return a list of SOs of type module definitions, right? Whereas something like this, right? Yeah, we're gonna have to do definitions dot contains s dot id. Okay. So if we send a list of strings, this will work. So if we do something like this, IDs, and then I can just do IDs.contains. Okay, yeah, this is that good old link stuff that I'm not incredibly good at, because I haven't really used it that much. I'm still learning. So let's ask ChatGPT. Okay, I have a a list of module definitions. Each of these definitions, so these are classes, each of them have a ID, and I just want to basically quickly using link convert those to a list of strings, essentially, with the ID being in the list. Okay, so string IDs equals modules.select. Okay, yeah, no, it's actually very straightforward. Okay, so this side is fine. So what I essentially have to do here. Okay, so update queue elements. So what I want to update this with is game data dot instance dot definition to SOs. Okay, that's no longer really the bits. ID to SOs. Right, because we just take the IDs, pass in the IDs. Give me something like this. Definition SOs from list, right? I think that's a better name for it. Okay, so definition SOs from list. Okay, so we need to give a list. So what I'm going to do It's just object. Okay, dot select. Okay, select each module. Dot to list. Okay, yeah. Okay, so it's essentially just going to go, okay, the queue updated. Here's a list of the module definitions. Now we don't want to clutter our element. The element should just get like the easiest thing in the world. So it's just going to get exactly what it needs, which is a list of module definitions. Because it can work with that. No problem. And our game data can return. Yeah, so the game data, that's basically where our scriptable objects live, right? Oh, obvious. Our scriptable objects live there. And, you know, our definitions have in common IDs, right, with our scriptable objects. So we can just go grab them like that. Okay. So that's on queue change. Now, next up. On item production started. Okay, so we get a similar thing here. Can I grab just... Yeah, I could do that very easily because we have the definition SO, so I can just... Yeah, okay, so that part is easy. I can just give it a string and it will give me the scriptable object. Okay. That's perfect. Okay, so we'll do that next bit. Okay, so the idea here is on item production started, we need to go to our current item in production and change that, right? So what we'll do here is public void change current production, or let's just do update current production elements. Okay, and all it needs to be a module and definition SO, I guess. Module. I think I'm gonna equal this to null, so that if it's null, it essentially means we want to remove the current item from it. Because we're gonna call this in two scenarios: when we add a new thing for production, and when we remove the thing that was being produced, because it's done producing, right? Make sense? Okay, so what do we have to do here? So the icon, the name, and the progress. Ooh. Okay. We might have to do this in a couple of ways. So when we update this, we might have to put the module definition SO every time. Okay, let's call this change production element, and then we'll have public void update current production progress. Right, I think we'd have two of those. Now we'll just give this thing a string. Progress. Yeah, I think that's the best way. Okay, so first of all, when we change the current production element, so our icon, our name, icon dot. Okay, this icon is simply a visual element. So we want to change the background. I think it's style dot background image equal to new back. Let me do this again. I don't remember. Yeah, I want to change in a visual element. I want to change the background image to a sprite. How do I do that again? Is a specific thing you have to do. Style background. Yeah. Style background module dot sprite. Okay. See, little things like that which I just forget. Okay, that's perfect. Change the icon and then we can do current name dot text equals module dot id, right? I think that makes sense. Okay, so those two things would happen now. Okay, so there's another one. If module equals null, we have to do something else. If we get to that point, so we'll do current icon dot style dot background image, and at least style keyword dot none. Apparently that's how you do that part. And then the current name dot text equals string dot empty. And then finally, we need to do something about the progress as well, right? Current progress dot text equals string dot empty. So we just empty those. And here, current progress dot text. This is just going to be 0%, right? Okay, so that's where we start, right? That makes sense. Okay. Now, update production progress. Okay, so this is assuming something is in production, but we don't have to check that here. Remember, this thing is done. It just assumes all the checks have been done. So all we need to do is go current progress dot text equals progress, and I guess plus percentage sign. Something straightforward like that. Okay, so now we can add and remove our current production element, and we can update the progress. It's good. So, right here, on item production started, so all we have to do here is go to our element, change current production element. Right, and what we essentially want to get here is game data dot def instance dot definition SOs, and we give it a key of object.id. as module definition SO. Okay. That works. That works. Okay, when it finishes, we go elements dot change. Okay, we just give it nothing. And when the production finishes, we call this with a blank thing. When it starts, call it with an actual module definition. Okay, good. Okay, the next thing we'd have to figure out is how do we want to show the production. Okay, so there's a couple of ways we could do that. So what I've done previously, I think we could just do this with events, I suppose, and fire an event to update the progress percentage every time the percentage actually increases. That would be done with the behavior itself. We could do that on every tick. But in that case, we could just vary on every tick as well. So obviously the other things don't have to show how far it is. So neither my view module or my element really nice to figure that out. What I could do is I could make the view model tick as well, essentially, and basically check, what the percentage should be, and then just tell this thing, or calculate the percentage and just tell this thing what it. Or I can make it listen to a event so that only my behavior ticks and my view model just updates the element every time it ticks. That's another question, but I don't know which is better. So in cases like this, I just like to go to ChatGPT and ask it what it would, or what are the benefits and drawbacks of each type of system. Okay, so I have a simulation going into a view model, going into my view or my element for UI. Now, what has to happen is simulation produces something, and it's basically checking, it's ticking every second, and there's a production timer that goes up, and it's checking whether or not the production timer has exceeded the build time of the thing it's trying to build. If it does, it finishes production. So that's all great. But obviously what I want to do now is I want to show the actual progress inside my UI as a percentage, right? Or maybe even a progress bar at some point, but for now it's just a percentage. My question is it better to, on every tick of the simulation, to essentially fire an event that the view model listens to, and then the view model updates the element? Or do we do it basically in reverse? Do we have a update function or something inside our view model that just queries the behavior, asks it, you know, did something change with a percentage? And if it did, update the element. Not sure which way to go here, which is better. I feel like just having the event fire every second is actually better, but I don't know. What are some of the benefits and drawbacks of the two approaches? Or do you have an even better approach? Let's see what it says. Okay, so simulation, event, view model, update properties, UI element. Yeah, that's what I thought. On production progress changed, current time, build time. Or even better, just give it a progress. Yep. And the view model changes it. Okay, yeah, I thought the event is better. Oh, that's actually true, hey? Currently, I'm just doing a progress bar, so it's one label that I'm updating. But as I add more and more things that might do something when that progress changes. You see, that's something I didn't even think about. But then it's easy because I just have this one event firing, and it can have multiple things happening. Okay, yeah, so we send a progress change. Okay, new progress, current progress. Just make sure it is actually a significant change. Okay, now that makes a lot of sense to me. So we'll go to the behavior itself, and what we'll add then, with the production timer, is a private float production progress. Yeah, we'll just start with 0 as well here. Okay, and essentially what we do then is when we have our production timer tick, we can do a few things, right? We can say, okay, production progress. Well, let's do this. Float. Oops. Float. New production progress. Right, I think this is what it did. So this would be production timer divided by current item production dot build time. Right, so that just gives me, that's a float. I hope this stays a float. Let's do this. Yeah, so that's my new production progress. And I can just say if new production progress minus production action progress. Okay, so let's think about this. This number should be going up by a number. Right, so it's going to be the bigger number is greater than 1. Yeah, greater or equal to 1. Essentially, okay, no, not 1. This is going to be a percentage of 0.1. That's 10%, 0.01. Right, because it's just a float, 0.1. 0.01 indicates 1 percentage point. Okay, so we're not gonna, we're just gonna tick by 1 percentage points. I think this one ticks a little bit differently. Okay. Okay, so we tick, but we don't necessarily send the event, which is perfect because it hasn't changed by an amount that's measurable. Now what's the point? So public event action float okay, so our progress changed. So do this. Say on progress change dot invoke we could just do production progress, I suppose, but what we'll have to do here is go production progress is equal to new production progress first. Yeah, that's essentially it. So that's pretty straightforward then. Be clever. Now, what is this thing saying? Changed. Yeah, well, this is what I'm doing. Okay, so the progress changed was invoked. So what we can do here now is we can go behavior on progress change. See. Okay, something like that. Element dot update progress. It needs a string. I just need to format. Okay, so this is note progress. Let's just get it put here. And then here we do string format. Okay. I think it's like this. Haven't done this in a while. Okay, so we do progress here. We give it the progress, but I'm not sure how this thing will be formatted exactly. So just ask. What will this actually format to? What will it look like? Boom. Okay, so I don't want the 00. 00 would look bad. Okay, wait. Float has a percentage. But if I don't do that first, just do this. Yeah, okay, so what this does... Oh, I didn't know it works like that. So I suppose it takes the number and formats it as a percentage without anything after the... But, well, yeah. One significant... zero significant figures, essentially. Or zero figures after a comma or whatever. Don't know how to word that. Okay, anyway... Okay, so that should work nicely. So the formatting's happening here. Progress changed, so it tells it go change the progress. So our element now is also being updated. There we go. Oh, actually, we don't even have to put this here in, because it would already format it correctly. Okay, so our progress, so our production element can be updated, and our progress can be updated. That's fantastic. It's everything we needed. So we can update the queue, we can change production. Okay, our queue elements aren't 100% yet, because you can't change them in any way. Yeah, no, we can't do anything. Them specifically. Okay, this is quite interesting so far. I don't know what else, but there's probably more things I need to do still. But I kind of want to test it first, see what breaks. Yeah, let's test it and see. Okay, so let's start hot reload. I never do that. Okay, this integer field can be deleted. I just had it there to check it. Same with the scroll. Oh wait, I haven't done any of the USS stuff. Okay, that's annoying. Do that stuff still. So everything is just gonna look like shit. I wouldn't be able to change it. Okay, but let's see if it actually just does anything. Right? Because I might just get an error. Doesn't even run. Okay, but the first thing I should then do. So the production behavior now will exist, but I don't think I will have a production module to start production with, right? Because production is a module. So what I'll have to do is open a Vulkan and yeah, add starting modules. Okay, so list of starting modules. Okay, have a oh, that's interesting. That's how I did this. Okay, so what I can do is definition database.get a module. Come on with it. Module definition, and what we want is what exactly did I call this? I think it's the manufacturing module. So it's production manufacturing. Okay, so manufacturing is a type of production module. It is the one that's going to be doing making of modules, upgrade kits, that type of thing. We have a ship building module as well, which will be dedicated to building logistical ships and stuff like that, right? Okay, now the only question is... Nah, it's not the only question. But okay, so we'll have it at least. Get module definition. So we'll do add starting module. Just go back here and see what it does. Okay, so it's going to go through each of these module definitions. Okay, so we just add it to the correct node. We create a new module. We try add the module. Go if behavior definition, if you got data type extraction behavior definition. And why do I have to do that specifically? Logging something and I'm setting the fuel type. I don't think that really matters. With the... Okay, so the module... the module will now exist. However, none of the view models and stuff like that necessarily exist. So we need to think about how those are created. Right. So, yeah, so my processing view model, for instance, it is created in... Okay, so it's created in my module view model. Yeah, okay. So the module element needs to be created. Okay, yeah, and I don't create a production element, so I need to create the production element still. Damn. Okay, so it's gonna be a thing. What do I need to do? So let's just go var production behavior element. Right, so I need to create that new create the element, right? Doesn't work like that. Production behavior element requires and that I give it a list of all the modules that it can create. Oopsie daisies. Okay. Why is that? Oh, because it needs to generate. Yeah. Okay. So we need to go to game data. Instance dot. And no, yeah, no. This is gonna get interesting. So. How do I actually tell it what it can create? So it should be able to manufacture all modules, essentially. For now. Right, but obviously... I could go through... It's basically going to be something like this, right? So we can do dot Oh, SOS is actually... Ah, okay, no, this doesn't work like that. Okay. Well, we might be able to duplicate this, but then we'll call this row U. Vector marble module. Okay, and this is going to be module definition SO, right? And we essentially do something like this, but we make sure this is module definition SO, vector module. Okay, where is... no, okay, we don't need to do this. Just need to make a list of that. Right, the only reason is because we can't access SOs directly. I guess what I could do... it's okay. It's okay. So we'll just do this. Is this really a word? Manufacturable. That doesn't seem like English. No, it's absolutely a word. It's just misspelled. I did not spell it manufacturable. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, manufacturable resources. So what we can do here, instance dot manufacturable modules, essentially. So you can just do that because this SOs is private. Okay. Just do that. So we've created our production element. Okay, we need to create the behavior view model as well. So behavior view model equals new production behavior view model. Right, and it needs a few things. What does it need? Okay, it needs the module. So module. And it needs the production behavior element. Okay, so that's good. Then we just need to do element.set behavior container and element.set module name. Just go module definition.d. Okay, so now when the module element gets created, where does this actually happen? Add existing model. Okay. So this is in the node. So the node will try to add a module that exists. From here, I guess, which is the view model of the node. Okay. Oh yeah, so a lot of this has been built before. Now I just need to tap into it. Okay, so I think that's okay for now. That's essentially what we need to do. To just get this to work. Alright, this is annoying. I'm not going to do it for them. I'll do that one. Okay. So now my production module should exist, right? Because Vulkan creates it. So it adds a starting module. So the module will be there. And as soon as I click on my production node, it should exist. Right, and over here with my simulation manager, I tell it what module it can add. Okay, this is going to be incredible. Let's try it. Let's just see what happens, right? I'm going to click on the production node and it should have a manufacturing module inside. Okay, nothing's broken yet. No errors, but just hold on. Production. Oh! That looks like... I mean, it looks like garbage. But it's there. It happened, okay. But we did manage to break something. Okay. The given key. Okay, so why? Okay, wait, I think I know why that happened. Okay. So this is good. So we have our module name, 3%. We have something. So much of this is just broken because of the sizing. Okay, so we need to change that. Okay. Let's stop this. So I think I know what's happening here. So update resources gets called, right? Update resource rate. This is on my persistent panel. And essentially what that thing does, go back to it, error happened. Okay, so it sets the resource rate. Yeah, okay, so it calls Vulkan.get resource total, right? And this thing goes through each node and each module, and it asks for runtime resources. And if we look at our module, get resource rate. Okay, wait, does this work? Module state, behavior runtime data, resource rate equals null. Just returns to this. Okay, but mine doesn't return that, does it? So what does my production behavior actually do? It returns a dictionary. So if I just said instead of returning nothing, return metallic ore, then at least be able to identify the key as something that exists. It'll be 0, so it's not going to make a difference, right? Yo, it's Rayman. How's it going, man? Yeah, no, I disappeared completely for like 6 to 8 months. Okay, yeah, so metallic ore. Then it should at least have a key that exists, right? I've been doing okay. Thanks for asking. You're doing great. Fantastic. Yeah, no, I mean, it's tough, right? I had my daughter was born. She's 6 months old today. So you can imagine how the last 6 months have been going. Thanks, man. Okay, so I think this is already just gonna fix this, right? So let's try again. It shouldn't give me this, but obviously we now need to go fix up all our USS. So production, yeah, just fine. Okay, and we can still go here. We can mine, and we'll be okay. Yep, basically, no problems. Fixed power ratio 1. Oh, okay, yeah, no, this thing uses a ton of power. Okay, I see. Okay, so it uses 200. Okay, yeah, but I have 400 power. Okay, so it's not gonna change. It's not gonna change the amount of power that I consume. Okay, that's not a problem. Okay, so now we really just need to get into the UI. We need to open the USS and fix it. Let's go. You there. So it's in the node stuff again. And this is getting very clunky. Okay, so I'm just gonna take the element and put it over here. So I can see what I need to add here. Okay. So we have now production element. So dot production elements. Okay, so that's this one here. Production element. We got this. And I'm just gonna go down and find all these, stick them in here. Yeah. Amount button holder. Okay. Yeah, let's just not worry about formatting at the moment. Just stick them all in here. So that one. Then the decrease amount. It's actually very important that I copy and paste this because I'm gonna make so many typos and then nothing works. I might also have forgotten a couple of these, so yeah, we'll see how this goes. Hopefully I got all of them. But that's why we're here, right? Work in progress. Does it work without the curly brackets? That's weird. Okay. I guess it's fine if there's nothing, but I'll put them in anyway. Maybe I don't need to. Maybe I'll test it. Let me test it. Okay, then we have a production queue element as well. Okay, so I think that's all the best that I defined. So let's just save. And let's go to UI, book it, and see if... Oh, it seems like all of them are here. Current icon. Okay. Current icon is the last one that appears. Okay, no. So without the braces, the curly brackets, they don't actually pick up. Okay, so I add them. Now all of them. Okay. So, okay, so this is effectively all the USS that I need to fiddle with this element. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna play the game because obviously I need the element to generate first before I can fiddle with it. So let's play. Let's open up that menu, and then we'll open up UI Toolkit at the top of this and start fiddling with the values until it looks like something. Okay, click there. Okay, so not power, production. Okay, so that's a hot mess. Let's go. Production element. First thing I think we should do is make it bigger. Right, so let's see. Height. Okay, that does not work. It's changing some height, but it's not changing the overall height of the... Oh, you know what? It's because I should do module element reduction, right? Yep. Okay. Yeah, I remember now. That one works differently. So it's... You can't just do production element straight. You need to do module element first, and then you put a space. I don't remember. Doesn't seem like no space, because I did the power element the same way. Okay, so we do module element like that. That will work. Okay, we save it. Go back, play it. I think this will work fine. Action. How did I get the power element bigger? Did I get it to be? So I'm assuming my module is okay. No. Let me not assume. Let's go window, UI Toolkit, debugger. Stick it in there, and then we go back to production. Pick the element. We're here, so we have our module element. Okay. Okay, yeah, our module element itself needs to be bigger. Right, that's the thing. Yeah, height. Yep. Okay, no, this is where I need to change it. There. What I'm doing is I'm inside, I think, the behavior container. I'm making it bigger and smaller. That doesn't do anything. Okay. That's what I need to change. Okay, but this is going to be a problem because this module element, if I change the CSS, the USS, it's going to change all the module elements, right? I need a way to specifically access that module element. We either need to add to it an additional selector, So it's unique, and I can do it. Okay. So let's think about that. Yeah, so that's this one. Module. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, let's go check our module view model, perhaps, because this is where we get our element. But technically, if it's a production element, I can add class list. I can do this element add to class list, because yeah, and I can give it a oh, that's actually how I did the processing. Wait a minute. Okay, I feel like I did something dumb with my elements then. Okay, so over here where I have my production element, I don't need to add it to module element. Do I? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's a thing. Okay, wait, let's see if I do like that. Processing that way. My processing element. Oh, I added processing. Module element. Production. Okay, so then here what I effectively need is production. Something like that. I think it's now I have two things that I can do independent. Okay, I think that will work. Just give it a go. See what it does. Does not give an error. Okay, let's just click on Vulkan menu open. Okay, so production. Okay, so it's nice and big now. No, module element is still 100, but I now have module element, production element. This changes the total height, yes. Okay, perfect. So let's make it 400. Why not? And this thing, 350. What did that change? Ah, okay. That changes the amount of space it takes. Okay, perfect. Perfecto. So that thing doesn't just throw in. Okay. Great stuff. Now let's go through this. So, item selection folder. The first thing I think I want to do here is change it to be arranged like that. Okay. I think I want to pick elements here. So this is now my, this is my item selection holder. Inside of it, I have my icon selector technically, which is visible. That's interesting. I wonder why I can't see it. Okay. Okay, we have the label, which is the name and the amount. Then we have another visual element that's invisible, and we have that's the holder. Yes, okay, so let's just go through this. Item selection holder, amount, button holder. Okay, so we just need to give this thing a bit of width. I guess. Increase amount, decrease amount. So these are the buttons. So what I want to do to these buttons. Let's see, texture. So this is increase amount. I'm just going to give it an up arrow. Decrease amount. I'm going to give that one a down arrow. And just something like that. That's the first thing I wanted to do. Okay, add to queue button. Let's check. I just want to give that one a tick mark for now. Say yes. Okay. Okay. So that's the. Why is this thing not going? Is it because the height is 0? No. Okay, let's go to... Okay, so the arrows show here. Okay, the holder should have a width. Interesting. Has a width here, but not here. Why? Is it just not updating? Normally these things update while I'm like on the fly. But when I save it, it breaks. Okay, let's see the other holders. Item selection holder, amount button holder, current item production holder. So this thing should also be arranged like that. And look at that, it updates immediately. Current production icon. Let's give it a size. Okay, so that will it's a size. And I can just put a random thing here for now. Let's put a sprite. It's producing that thing. Okay, yeah, so that works. Also, let's just check. Is it stretching? Yeah, nothing weird with scale mode. And yeah, look, now we can do nice things. So we can arrange these things nice. Well, I thought we could, but it seems like it doesn't. Okay, so that's now 45. So the production holder, what I could do as well is just give it a height. Let's give it a height of 50. If I can find that. Okay, so we could dial to 50, tell it to arrange everything in the center. Okay, yeah, just something like that should be fine. The icon looks okay. Okay, now the name. Let's put some margin padding or whatever around the name. That also doesn't seem to be updating. Okay, if I change the font size, that definitely works. Same with this one. But it doesn't pad. Yeah, no, none of the padding stuff seems to. Can't do spacing. Okay, this is a button. And it's completely invisible. Okay, yeah, like all the buttons are currently. I mean, but they all should have some amount of something. Okay, let's go this out. So that's my integer field, my label. Okay, so those two are there. This thing is gone and I can't get it to show. Two buttons, and then we have this button. It's also why is it so small? Does that work? Can I just do that? Okay, so there's a scroll view with 0 height, which is a button. That button is my module elements. No. Sorry, that one. It is my clear queue button. This one. Even if I give it a height of 45, it still does not appear. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. I'm gonna ask my friend here what's happening. So, I'm busy changing the USS for my elements, right? And some changes, so I'm doing it live, so I'm playing the game because the elements are generated during play, and then I'm using the UI builder to update the properties, right? Make them bigger, smaller, whatever. Some properties apply fine, like when I change the font size. Others, like spacing or sizing, doesn't seem to work. What's going on here? Why is it not automatically updated? And when I save a UI builder, it just breaks the game, right? So I need to replay the game. Am I doing something wrong, or is this how it's intended to be? Might not have gotten that last bit. Okay, I'm not doing anything wrong. So color, font size, background. Okay, but layout properties don't work. Okay. Well, that's annoying. So what most people do is edit the USS stuff outside play mode. And use the debugger. Okay, now it's just... Okay. I guess this is just unfortunately the way it is. I need to play again to see it actually happen. And I can use a debugger to obviously figure out what it's doing and what it's not doing, but now if I go to production. Okay, so the button does exist now. Okay, there it is. Control view is super tiny in between, but there's the button. The button is there. Everything else technically is there. Okay. Well, that's just kind of annoying then, I guess, I suppose. Okay, so let's just do our best to change stuff we think we should change. Okay, so the item selection holder, the mount button holder. Yeah, you see these numbers are completely made up. I don't actually know. Okay, so these two buttons, first of all. Okay, my item selection holder as a doesn't actually have a height. Okay, let's make it 60 for now. Then the button holder would also be 60. What is the full width of this thing? That's now the other question. I don't actually know. Okay, so maybe it's worth it to have it played, and then I can check and edit, and then save, and then it will apply next time. Even though it doesn't apply now, and I can't see any changes, it's at least something, right? Click here, and so let's see. Go here, element, go to smoke. Okay, so that's our visual elements. Got a height of 60 now. Here's our label, integer field. So it's 250 wide. Okay. Oh wait, I have do icon selector. This thing dot icon selector. Okay. Okay, so if the amount button holder, you should be like 50 wide, and our buttons should be maybe even less, but like 30. Make this thing 55, and then the height be oh no, let's just make them 25 by 25. Okay. And the layout of this like that, that's perfect. Problems there, we can have it painted as well. Okay, our add cube button. Have a height 50. Right, it's still just a check mark. Okay. Okay. Okay, my current item production folders. Okay, so now wondering. Okay, so this thing clearly has a height. This thing does not have a width. Weird. Why would it not have a width? Try force it to have a width. No. Why audio width 0? Clearly says here it's 40. Okay, so let's go. Yeah, icon selector. Okay, let's go work with the other things in our selection order. So this thing is 250. Our amount button is 35. Okay, with the amounts, the add cube button is 50. Here's the label. Wait, does my label not have a... Oh, it's just a generic label. And my integer field? It's also just a completely generic integer. Okay, so these two things, I didn't even add USS to them. Okay, that's not bad. So our label... okay, so this is the selection stuff. That's my increase and decrease amount. So amount of add production element yeah, that's okay. Okay. And then the name. I just put it as module name, right? Item name dot add to class list. I should make this selection amount. And then this one I can call this the selection name. Add. Yeah, something like that. So selection name and selection amount. That'll be okay. So save that. And then we can just stick them in here. Okay, so now they can also have widths. Okay, I don't know that thing. It didn't save, did it? It deleted my 2 new additions. Yep. That's why you don't jump between these things. Selection. Fine, we'll just do it again. Okay, so something like this one. Now the widths. We know what it is. Yeah, okay, so that's something. So what I could do now, I know the width. Okay, so let's see. So we have 250 in total. And you essentially have the add to cube button, which is 50. So we have 50 plus 40, which is the selection icon, plus 35 for the button holder. 125. Okay. We have half of our thing already. So what we can do now, decide how big each of these. So the name should be fairly large. We'll make that 175 pixels. Right, and we'll just make the other one whatever is remaining. So this is the amount. We'll make that 150. Okay. Now our icon selector should be here. Don't know why it doesn't. So we can check with our processing data element. Have our icon select. It does appear. Have resource sprites. Yeah, I don't do anything special to it. It's very bizarre. Created it. I added it. Oh, it is there. Could work. Now we should have the name and the amount. Well, never stop the game from running. Okay. That might have actually been part of my problem. Why it wasn't saving my... Okay. Oh, look at that. Okay, great stuff. My things are actually showing. So let's go pick elements, see if we can find perfect. Okay, so our selector item is now actually a size. Okay, great. Right, icon selected size. Okay, fantastic. So it appears the button inside. Our label is there and it looks terrible. Our amount there and it looks terrible. Oh, that's the interfield itself. Okay, so that's the stuff inside the interfield. That just looks terrible. Okay, so we might have to change those labels. Yeah, this thing does not even have a sign, so we'll have to get in there. Our buttons are there, and that button is fantastic. Okay, so now, can I click on this? I can. It doesn't fake, but it also doesn't show any of the icons. Let's just click on it. Find it. Okay, so this is the icon selector pop-up. Okay, so there are all the buttons. But that's the module. These don't have any. Okay. They don't actually have, so I can click one and then I can go pick element. I can find. Yeah, I won't even know which one I picked because. Yeah, no. It won't work because I don't know how many. I can click up, up, up. I can click that. I don't know if it did anything. It definitely didn't make any errors occur. But it also didn't update the module name. Oh yeah, that's some stuff I need to change. Fix it. Okay, so it looks terrible, but like something is kind of happening. So let's do some debugs here and there, just so we can actually see whether or not things are happening. We need some feedback. Yeah, but at least this is showing now. Okay, so let's just put this yeah. Okay, so essentially what I want to do, so for on this side at least, so I'm going to just do the elements. I want to see if they react. So debug.log item.id, just something like that. So when we change the selection, it tells me what I did. Okay, and then okay, so unfortunately these, well, I can do this one, debug.log decrease now. Right, but then I need to do this one. Something similar. This is decreased. Okay, so I can at least see if the buttons are reacting. And then finally, this one over here. Debug.log. Add to queue clicks. Okay, yeah, what I want item selected. Boop. Plus the item ID. Okay. Okay, so now it is I can check if everything is working. Oh, you know what? Why it didn't start producing is because I don't actually have enough resources. Yeah. Okay, but adding the elements should have worked, right? Yeah. Should check if that actually happens. That should have worked. Okay, but let's go play again. Check what happens in our console. Okay, so we go here, we go production. I click on something. Nuclear. Okay. I click a little lower. Manufacturing. Click at the bottom. Research lab. Okay. Click there. Increase amount. Twice. Okay. And I click here. Add to queue. Click. Okay, so all of that seems to work. Now, queue itself. Did the queue actually do something? So this is my scroll view. It has one element in here, production queue element, right? So we created a single. I click here again. Okay. Okay, so all the clicking works. Now let's see the view model. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so when we click verify or add or whatever, add to queue dot invoke. Okay, so then by add items to queue, what do? If selected items equal to null, return, otherwise behavior add items to queue. And the amount. Our behavior does it do? Creates a list with stuff in it. Then we on queue changed, gets invoked, production queue, so let's go back. And that should now go here. Update queue elements. Get a list of module definitions. Let's go. I think that we get all the objects in the queue. Okay, I see. It is. Okay, what we could do here, debug.log, and we should be able to see. So we can say the definition list thing. Right, so this is going to be just that. Why can't I do that? Bug.log, what do I need? Unity engine. Go away, system diagnostics. Okay, no, like that. Debug.log. Okay, so we can get the definition list length, and then we can get the same thing this side, which I think is where the problem is. To change this one, update queue elements. So definition SO list length, and watch this. I think it works. So what I think is happening is it's sending a list with all the definitions, and then it's creating a new list with link, but it's not adding the module definitions multiple times. It's just adding it the first time. This. So selects for ones and adds it to the list. That's what I think, at least. Right, I also don't know what this thing... Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so even if I send it a bunch of IDs, it's not gonna create... Yeah, I don't think this is the right way. I think that's where it breaks. Okay, but let's verify that quickly. Pretty sure that's where it breaks. Okay, so we can select gas turbine. Yeah, why not? Click on the increase amount a couple times. Bam. Yeah, SO length is 1, definition list length 5. Okay, so it is definitely something to do with the changeover from... Now the SO length is not correct, but this length coming in is correct. So I think this is where the problem comes in. Right, so essentially what we need to do, I want to go for each module definition in object. Try this a little bit different. So what we're going to do also is we're going to create a new list here of your definition SO. We'll just call it the SOS. Right, new. Fine. Okay, so effectively what we want to do is dot add, and what we'll do is game data dot instance dot definition SOs as so we'll just grab the ID. Okay, now Not a module behavior, module definition is it? So yeah, so this way we create the list here. Hey! The Varion? I had to think about that one. I'm doing well, thank you. This is in fact a new game. Go figure. How are you doing? But instead of doing this now, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put SOs in. Right, so we populate the list one item at a time and then send through SOs. Now I think this is gonna fix it. We should just see our definition list be longer, same length at least. Okay, so let's give it a go. You're continuing to make very slow progress. Fantastic. That's at least progress. Now, I had to stop the other game because my wife couldn't work on it anymore. And I'll be honest, that was one of the reasons, but not the only reason. The other reason was the incredible amount of scope creep. It was something else. Okay, so if I click this now, yep, there we go. The lengths are the same, and I can't see the elements yet, but I should be able to do debugger. No, not boulder, bugger. I want the boulder, bugger, boulder. Okay, let's pick elements and see if they exist in this scroll view. Yep, there we go. We have all our elements. We just have to figure out why the hell they are not showing. They have a width, they just don't have, they have 0 height. So I'm guessing, you know, that's probably part of the problem. Yes. So the new game is in space, as you can see. Right. It's I'm trying to make a logistics simulation game, essentially. So the idea would be you have a big capital ship, Vulcan. It's set in the future, but not too far. So the idea I have with background or the story is humanity has built this massive, like, construction ship, right? And the point of this ship is to go around the solar system and establish outposts in different places, right? So at the planets, in the asteroid belt, whatever. But then, where the management comes in is these outposts obviously have to do things, so they are mining or doing research or doing some kind of a material processing. And you are also building logistical hubs that connect all these outposts, and you need to have ships physically move materials around, right? So you don't just get your resource bar and you can spend it wherever you like. Each station, like in real life, would need the materials shipped there. But I'm not abstracting the shipping or the, moving material around. That is the point of the game. You build a logistical system to service all these stations. And you also build logistics towards your capital ship, Vulcan. And then you continue expanding, right? So you'll have resources. You might have, for instance, a mining outpost on Mars, but you put a processing outpost near Mercury. Reason being, Mercury has a lot more solar available. So you have energy at Mercury, but not necessarily the raw resource. You have some, but not maybe enough, right? The idea would be You have your mining done on Mars, it ships it to Mercury to get processed. The processed resources get shipped to Vulcan. Vulcan uses that to build new space stations or ships or whatever. Yes, it's a factory game in space, essentially, but logistics is important. Also, all the ships and things that move need fuel. So your logistical hubs, you'll essentially have cargo being transported everywhere, but you need to make sure there's fuel available in the logistic hubs. So you're also shipping fuel back and forth, while refining fuel to get better efficiencies and stuff like that. And the end game, I want to spoil everything here, but to be honest, I'm going to spoil everything eventually. The end game is you want to get Vulcan, so as you progress through the solar system, you notice that there's an anomaly on the edge, right, past the Kuiper Belt, or slightly past the Kuiper Belt. I don't know exactly where I'm going to put it in, but the idea is that anomaly, you don't know what it is necessarily, then you need to get Vulcan there. So that will require Vulcan to be pretty self-sufficient. So you'd need to have all the resources you might need, all the production, processing, research capabilities that you might need. I might have some tech that you need to research first, like, I don't know, deep space shielding, or who knows. some sci-fi thing. So you progress towards that, and then you can go and look at this anomaly. When you get there, you can sit around and research it. And then eventually I want you to be able to realize, oh, this is a wormhole. And it goes to a different solar system. And the end game becomes you building basically a megastructure around this wormhole in multiple phases. But the idea would be this megastructure stabilizes the wormhole, it gives you shielding, or whatever the case might be, and then it allows you to travel through the wormhole. So end game is essentially finishing this megastructure. So the whole space factory and logistics system that you build need to not only service itself, so it doesn't just somehow fail, right? Because you run out of fuel at a critical outpost, but it should also funnel resources into this megastructure. So there's this end game goal that you are trying to build this thing to travel through. That's kind of the idea for now. But right now I'm just trying to build the damn UI, which is a bit annoying. Okay, but it seems like that actually worked, so we should do now, perhaps, is, okay, so this production queue element needs to have a height. Let's make it 40. Okay, so the width wasn't bad, but the height was a problem. So now it's at least 40 high. I'm going to give it a background color just so I can see it. Make it a, oh no, not bluish, really enough. Pink. Okay, let's give it a background color of pink, and perhaps give it a little bit of padding. Yeah, let's give it some padding. Give it a good old 5. Ah, geez, you ran into an ad. Sorry about that. Well, yeah, going into the wormhole is essentially the end game, right? That's where we are working towards. And the idea is,
the logistical system that you build and the production capabilities that you build in the solar system will allow you to funnel the resources that you need into research, because stabilizing a wormhole is probably not a everyday thing. So you need to do some research first to be able to unlock the technologies that you might need, and also to build the megastructure. That's where your resources go. I also have an economy on top of this. Sounds like I've already scope creeped too much, but anyway. I have an economy that I build on top of this where I abstract away life support things, right? So you'll have humans around, but I don't really want you to produce things like there are quite a few opportunities, but okay, anyway, I don't want you to produce things like life support materials like oxygen or food or anything like that. So I'm abstracting that away into just money. So essentially, when you build research outposts, research will be done by humans, and you need to pay sort of like an upkeep just to have humans at a research outpost. So very straightforward. I don't want to do, you need to produce oxygen and this and that and that and blah, 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 blah. You just get a number. 5 researchers need $1 million every month just to survive. And you generate that revenue by selling resources back to Earth, right? In this economy that's built in space. That's another thing. But yeah, I'm kind of happy with the way I've set it up right now. So that is what the game is, and I don't really want to change it. The reason I'm doing this game is because I don't need a lot of visual assets, because of the way the framing, right? You're not playing zoomed in necessarily, looking at the spaceships. You're going to be playing, looking at the solar system. The ships will basically just look like little dots flying about, right? So it'll be busy, but it will be kind of relaxing to look at, like just little neon dots going up and down, delivering resources. You'll see the bigger thing, which is Vulcan, obviously. So the level of detail doesn't have to be super crazy, which kind of means, I can do it. I don't need... I could just use an asset pack or something if I want to, but I don't need my wife right now. Which is the bottleneck for Aviorum, definitely. Plus scope crew. Yeah. If the players ask to walk around the ship, shit, it's just like, nah, sorry, that's not part of the game. Yeah. Anyway, let me test that scroll view. Oh, I would need to I need to give the scroll view a size as well. Otherwise, it's just scroll. It's just gonna be whatever maximum size it can be. Okay, let's make nuclear power thingies. Yeah, okay. That's exactly what I thought. It's exactly what I thought would happen. Okay, no, that's fine. So it's scrolling. Okay, that's cool. So the elements exist. Nothing in the element exists. I also need to make it so that I don't, when you go here, it stops scrolling. Oh, well, it does. Oh, it's when you go to the scroll wheel bar thing, and it also zooms it. Okay, that's a annoying thing. I'll need to figure. But anyway, go. Let's open the debugger and pick an element. So here we have now all my production queue elements. And then everything inside of it is basically just doesn't exist. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, so let's fix that. Okay, first of all, I messed up with the... I didn't want padding, I wanted margin. And you know what, I don't want margin size. Yep, that should at least, you know, show the pink little blocks separate to one another. Okay, so they are height of E. Okay, so let's finish up the elements then. To go in there. So these, yeah, they are added, but you don't actually see any of them. Yeah, okay. So what I need to do is something like this: icon dot add class list, and we just do grab this. So it's the production queue element. Okay, see. This that is underscore icon, just like that. Yeah, and then item name and remove from queue, which is a button. Just like that. So they all at least have selectors, so I can find them and change them. Okay, let's sort of put in the biggest USS file in existence. Item name, remove from queue. Just like that. Okay, now at least they exist. Okay, I have a height. Now what I could do is I could give them a width. Yeah. This one will make the width 40. That's the icon. The name, then the button. I think the button I can also just make 40. Yeah, I think so. And then this one, maybe it just takes up the rest of the space. Yeah, that should be fine. Give them fixed width, and that one just fills the rest of the space. Okay. So item name. Yeah, we just make row, right? And it should fill. This one would be 40, 40, and this one just. Okay, that will work nicely. Now when we create this thing, I do get a sprite, a name, and an index, but I don't actually do anything with it. So Let me create this. Let's go. Icon dot style sheet or style. Background image equals new style background, and we put this writing. Right, just like that. Item name dot text is just equal to name, and index. Okay, we'll do this dot index is equal to index. Righto. And then potentially I need to put a action. Action that has, and that is on remove from queue, right? And that's that button. Yeah. Okay, and then we need to do remove from my word, remove from queue dot collect. No, collect. Okay, we just do on remove from queue dot invoke, and we right, so X. Okay, nothing's gonna happen currently with this element. Yeah, nobody's gonna know about it. And so when we create the elements, I suppose we should register to that action. Yeah, we should. Okay, we register to the action, and it'll basically have to be passed through to our view model so that the production behavior knows which one we remove. Right. Okay. Also, can I do for each? I think I can. I should be able to do production view element. View element in not modules, but view holder. Okay, so how do I do something like that? I think I do something like that here. So processing rows. Oh wait, no, that's a list. Okay, so I want to just grab the elements like that. Otherwise, what I could do, I could do list of production queue elements. Yeah, okay, but then elements equals queue holder dot queue. I do that? Okay, I don't remember how this works, so let's just GPT again. Okay, so in a scroll view, I effectively want to query the scroll view to give me a list of all the elements of a specific type. How do I do that? Let's see. Quickly help me out here. Scroll view query my element type dot to list. Okay, so we need to do a query of. Need to look for production queue element. That's weird. Oh, now it works. So now if I do that, so that's now all of them. Okay, so I could do dot content creator. That's one. Let's see. Container dot children. It doesn't do anything. Okay, it doesn't know the type of the children. Oh yeah, well, what I could do. Okay, so let's just do that. But I want to. I could just do dot content container, right? I can just query inside the content container, and that should work also, while not going through all the other things inside of the scroll view. Yeah. Okay, so that works. Okay, so effectively what I want to do here before I clear this. Alright, so let's think about this. I have this action that I'm gonna want to subscribe to, right? So element dot on remove from queue. Right, and that's going to be on queue. Do that so we get an integer. So that's, we do that for every single element, right? And effectively what I want to do here is elements, no, queue element dot queue. Right, I want to undo that. Or I clear them. Some best practice nonsense or something like that. I don't know. Okay, yeah, so we check the length. We go, we create a list of elements that we can go through. I actually don't need to do this, right? I can just take this straight, put it in here instead, and I don't need that variable. Yeah, and I could do .content container. Yeah, so something like that. Okay, so now we subscribe and we unsubscribe, and now we have element on remove from queue with an integer. Okay, great. And effectively, I just want to pass this to public event action. So have an int on remove item. On remove item. Okay, so we just pass it through the event. Yeah, because this thing doesn't have... Well, we don't listen to that event direct. On remove here, there, then in my view model, we can have that element dot on hello. Was that Mig creates games rating with 26? Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate that. How are you doing? What are you doing? How are you doing and what are you doing? I'm building a space logistics game. Which is very vague, right? Okay, on remove items from queue. Just see. Ah, come on. That's equal. Yes, do it. Okay, fantastic. Oh, thanks. Thanks, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I was gone for a while there, hey? Yeah, let's have a... You wanna see what I have so far? I started a new game, if you were familiar with what I was working on previously. For a couple of reasons, right? The first reason is the other one got scope creeped into oblivion. For that's half of the reason, or maybe it's like 75% of the reason. The other reason is I lost my artist. I didn't lose her. My wife, she just has other things to do now, so she can't sit around and make birds and frogs and stuff like that. So I decided to pivot into a game that needs way less visuals, right? Just a couple of spherical shapes. But then also that's more systems heavy and doesn't have a lot of... Yeah, basically back to solo dev. But now I'm building a systems-heavy game so that most of the work is the code and much less of the work is, you know, cool effects and animations and all that stuff. Because the animations and the effects and all that nonsense was it was killing me on the other game. Like, I can do the code. I've figured out some of the animation stuff, but it is a lot of work. So now I can just code. I can code complicated systems all day, and eventually, hopefully, make a fun game out of it, without needing to animate a million things. Yeah. So the idea with this game, or one of the ideas, is you build little outposts and stuff along the solar system, so you can mine for resources and produce resources from those raw ores or whatever that you got. However, I'm making it very logistics heavy. So you don't just get shared resources across the whole solar system. each station needs to be shipped the resources that it needs. So I'm building a very complex logistics system to make that happen. As the twist, right? Because I feel like a lot of these games kind of just have resources teleport everywhere. And if you want to build something at a different planet, then do it. But this is not the case. You need to move Vulcan, which is your like massive construction ship, all the way to the outer reaches of the solar system, and have logistics set up to bring it the necessary construction materials so that it can do construction around that planet, right? That's kind of the idea. Now, obviously, that sounds fine, but then you'd have to make it fun. Not annoying. But that's something I need to still figure out. But for now, I just need to have it work. Specifically the UI, because the UI is still a lot of problems. That's for sure. Make it incremental. You mean like the new buzzword? That type of incremental games. Yes. Well, I don't know if incremental is the right word. So there will be research. So you do research and stuff, but it's more like a simulation management game in that way, right? And you have research, and that improves things or unlocks new things to do. I don't know how incremental would actually be defined sometimes. It seems like almost everything could be defined as incremental in a way. Because obviously, if you think about it, what's going to happen is you're going to expand. You're going to expand into space, right? And you're going to have more and more of these mining stations, more and more processing stations, better research and technologies to improve efficiency. So your resource gain is going to go up. But I think in an incremental game, it's kind of about just having big numbers appear most of the time. Yeah, we can have a skill tree with research and stuff like that. But I think the key thing here is you can fail, right? So if you don't set up your logistics network correctly, you can have stations run out of fuel, or things like that could happen, right? Which is obviously bad. Now, there might be ways to reboot it, right, if you run out of fuel, but you can kind of imagine that could be bad. If your Jupiter station just all of a sudden doesn't have fuel available, you know, oopsie doopsies. Yeah, I mean, it's a work in progress. There's still going to be a bunch of things to do. So, let's continue with the on remove item from queue event. Okay, so this event happens, and then it effectively needs to tell the behavior. Okay, behavior. Listen, we are trying to clear an item from the queue at a specific index. So that's actually very straightforward. We just go then behavior dot clear. Oh, that's not that's a private function. It's public. Clear item from queue and give it that guy. There we go. So now we can clear the objects. Fantastic. Okay, what? Alright, cheers, Mig. Have a good night, hey? Okay, so let's see. Toggle pause production. Yeah, I'll be around, hopefully. No, I plan on sticking around a little bit. No running away for me this time. Okay, so the pause production and the clear queue is I guess 2 things I still need to do. Okay, but this is a whole extra button. Right, it's this clear queue button. Do I even... Oh yeah, no, I don't have this thing do anything actually. So I need an action. Public event action clear queue. No, it doesn't have to do that. Let's do it on clear queue so you have the same naming convention. Okay, and then all we have to do here is clear queue dot click. Oh man, what did I just do? Okay, plus equal. Yeah, I just do lambda code. On clear queue. No. Invoke. Right, just like that. So, clear the queue, do that. Now, I'll view what listened at specific happen. A queue plus equals. Okay, we'll do it there. Okay. Behavior. Okay. Queue. Private. Clear queue. There we go. That's some functionality now working. Oop. But if you look at the behavior, okay, pause production. That's a funny one. I'll have to come back to that and figure out how I want that to work. But for now, the actual starting production, starting an item, finishing an item, adding more items to the queue, clearing the queue, and clearing specific items from the queue, that all worked, which is perfect, right? That's what we want. Work. Okay. I even did some best practices here, which is fantastic. I still need to do some best practices in other places, but at least I started, right? So in UI Builder, okay, so these icons and names and things need to be set when we actually do something. Okay, no, I did that. Okay, so this should work then, right? Yes. Let's go. Okay, so we go to production. Okay, this is still an absolute nightmare, but anyway. Selected a solar array, apparently. I need to get icons for that or something. Also, I need to let the name update, and I need to change this amount thing. Okay, so we added a bunch of solar array. Hey, look at that! The names appear. Okay, that's good. You can see the names. Now, there's obviously some things missing, so let's open the debugger. See what it is that I'm missing. Or why it looks weird. Okay, so they have a width, but their height is 0. Oh, it's because this element is still arranged correctly. Yes, I think I know. I know exactly what the problem is. Yeah. Okay, so the element itself, we want it to be direction that way. There we go. Okay, I can already see that changed. So now, yeah, now we have our icon, our name, and then the button. Okay, perfect. Now, Okay, let's add something else. So if I click here and I go, whoop, shipbuilding. Don't know how many I'm gonna make. Just add. See, okay, I added one shipbuilding. And if I click on something else, I add one fusion, a nuclear. Okay, so now if I want to remove the fusion, I should be able to click here and it goes away. Well, that failed. I'm not sure why. Button is there. It is existing. And let's actually make the button look like something so you can actually see it. Okay, remove from button. Guess we just make it an X for now, and that's... Now, do I have just an X? Oh, I do. Where's it now? Yeah, remove. Okay. Terrible. Big one. Okay, so clearly have that. Okay, but clicking on these don't do anything. Okay. Let's stop there. Let's save my toolkit stuff. Let's go back to our new model and just see element. Okay, so we have our element side. I guess what we should do actually is just put a couple of brackets around this thing. We can do a debug as well. Debug.log. Move item, and then just do plus the index. Right, so we can see which one we want to try and remove. Okay, and then the view model on remove item from view, it does this. Here item from view with object which is integer. Right here should just go. Oh, you know what the problem is? On queue change is not being invoked. So obviously, when we clear an item from the queue and when we clear the entire queue, we should... Yeah, okay, because that's... Simulation obviously knows what is in the queue, not the elements or the UI, anything like that. So it didn't tell the UI, listen, this is what the new stuff is for the queue. Yeah. My bad. My bad. Okay, so with that being said, this should actually then change it. Well, that should fix it. Let's go. Oh. Okay, we play. So, production. Yes, it's ugly as sin, but okay. Okay, manufacturing module. Make 2. Okay, there we go. We have 2. And add gas turbine. Okay. Those as well. And 2 precision processing modules. Okay, perfect. So if I want to remove manufacturing, I did. precision processing? I did. Now, if I want to clear the queue, I did. Oh, my word. Finally. Finally. Smells like progress. Okay, so a lot of the functionality works. Sort of. Now my only problem is I cannot see if the actual production happens, right? I will open this again. So, it's trying to produce those resources, but I don't have any of the materials required. Fine, so that's kind of a problem. So, what we should do is we should just give ourselves, for testing purposes, a bunch of materials, right? And see if we can get this to work. Now, where the hell do I do that? Okay, so let's see. Add starting modules, add starting resources. Okay, so I call that. Okay. Is there any way of doing this? I have my definition database in here. What does it have? Okay, so I can give it a string and get something. Or I can get something of a specific type. I can get all ID of a certain type. That's probably the one I want to do. So let's see. Store. Oh wait, am I accessing store? Oh, I'm stupid. So what I want to do is go to definition database dot get all IDs, right? And I need to give it a type, right? How it works? It'll, yeah, okay. I don't really remember what my definition types are. Okay, this is, so it's a resource, right? Okay, yeah, no, this is not exactly. I guess. Wait, resource definition is right. It's this one. Yeah, okay, so the type is just a resource definition, right? Yeah. Yeah, so I can get all IDs for resource definition. So that's the first thing I would do, but what I should do is for each string ID, essentially that, right? Yeah. Go through all of them, and then we can do storage.add resources ID and 10,000. Right, that should at least give us all of the resources we need to start. Then I can actually try and produce something. 10,000 of everything should be more than enough. Okay, let's give it a try. Okay, it hated that. Okay, so let's see. So it broke. Yeah, this was ID plus. It's weird. Okay, so I mean, the definition database, does it not work yet? Oh, maybe that's the problem. Definition database itself hasn't been initialized. Maybe that's the problem. Well, no, I'm adding it here and I'm already... Yeah, I'm already doing this. So what's happening here? Oh, I'm just stupid. Ah, my word. I'm literally passing through the string ID and I'm not passing the ID through. Okay. That'll do it. Let's try this again. Okay, that works. And we have 10,000 of everything. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So now we can go to production. I can click here to select manufacturing, surface extraction module. Hey, look at that! It's building. What? It's building? That's amazing. Hey, thanks for the follow, Raul Gamer. It built and it finished, but then it failed because it doesn't know what to do with a finished. Wait. Okay, current production element. Null reference exception error on that line. I'm not sure why that happened. So on item production finished was called, and then it tries to change production element. Oh, I didn't put return here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so if the module is null, do this, then stop. But it did that, and then tried to do that as well. Okay, no. Okay, let's redo this. I'm gonna do a couple of things now. Let's try a few things. So first of all, so let's just add heap extraction. I need to fix this. This doesn't help that you can't see what's happening. Okay, so now we have any deep extraction. And it's doing 10% at a time, essentially. And it just starts the next one. Wait, did it? Oh no, wait. Oh no. Oh, it is starting the next one. Okay, so that's correct. It just doesn't update the percentage anymore. Yeah, my queue is becoming less, and it's not consuming my resources. Okay, so that's a different problem. Or if it is, I don't see that it is. Okay. Okay, so we need to figure out why it doesn't keep updating that percentage. It does for the first one. Okay, we can add new things. So let's add surface extraction. There we go. Adds it to production. Okay. That's perfect. Let's go check why our percentage isn't being updated. So obviously, when it adds a new one, it starts with 0. Right, so that happens. Current production text. So the upgrade production progress weird. Why does it not? Does it not get called? What's happening there? Surely it is getting called, yeah. So on production changed, gets called, so it invokes. Gross production progress. That happens on every tick. Yeah, I mean the production definitely happens, because otherwise... you know what? I never knew... No, wait a minute. Production progress... Wait a minute. Do I not set production progress back to 0? Ah. Yeah, okay. So production progress needs to be set to 0. My production timer is set to 0. That's when start item production gets called. Okay. It works with the first one because it's obviously set to 0 initially. Yeah, because that's the problem. It fails this check. And then it doesn't do the update. Because the production progress is already 1. Or yeah, this is 1, so this keeps putting out a negative number. It'll never work. Okay, that was it. I think that's the thing there. And then it's ugly, but hey, let's also get rid of these debugs because they just utter my console. Cheers. And let's give it a go again. And let's build volatile extraction apparently. Boom. Okay, it's building the X1 bolts, and I can cancel them, no problem. It keeps building. I can add new things, so I don't know what I just clicked. Any factory. Don't want to add those many. Okay, they look ugly obviously, and the text is not legible, but not supposed to be perfect at the moment. I just want to see one that takes a little bit longer to produce, because all the extraction modules, but they produce quickly. Now this thing goes 20 up in 10% increase each module. So then I make the production time for all my modules the same. Okay, let's check if I did that. So if I go to game data, spreadsheet, and I go to modules. Oh, okay, yes I did. They all just build in 10 seconds. I didn't think to change that. Because, yes, I wasn't there yet. Okay. So I'll have to change that, and I'll have to rebuild the data somehow. If I can remember how. But these values, it's almost pointless trying to change them now because, well, we can, but the problem is it's a balance problem, and play with them now, but they're gonna be played again with later. Okay, so now my next problem is, so Vulkan is obviously producing all these things, and they use a lot of material, but our persistent UI is not updating. Now what I'm thinking is, actually, if I do something that does update that I know works because I've programmed it correctly, like I start processing materials instead. Okay, that doesn't work. Let's go to a moon and mine it. Processing doesn't seem anything. Okay, mining updates that. Okay, but none of the other ones have been. Because I'm sure I've used a lot of material. Okay, but let's go make sure. How does that actually update? So, you know what? Before I do that, I need to take a quick break. So, I'm gonna go use the restroom, grab some more coffee, and I'll be right back. What? This nice one. There we go. Right. What's happening with my sound? It seems like my sound is again not good. I can't believe it happened again. Even though this is off. Hey, that's annoying. I'm gonna have to figure that out. I don't know how. But anyway, let me get out of here. I'll be right back. I am back. Okay, so this is so annoying. I wish I knew how to fix this. And I'm thinking about the sound problem. Okay, you'll see I'm a little bit more lit up from the side because I opened a window. Well, not a window, the curtains. Turns out the sun is shining now. Who would have guessed? But yeah, okay, so my sounds are annoying me, right? So the recording... Okay, it seems to not have done it yet. But it keeps doing this thing where it lowers the volume without me noticing. And I don't keep it open, so I don't look at it all the time, right? I guess just putting it off on the other screen. Hopefully it helps, right? Hopefully I can hear or see once in a while. Hey, why is it not 100? Okay, cool. Okay, so our production module works actually. We added UI. Okay, we haven't produced a new module. We've produced modules, but we haven't added them to Vulkan, right? That functionality doesn't work yet. So yeah, so that's still that's still a very difficult one that we need to figure out. Okay, so but for now, what's the next step? So we were producing modules. Oh, we weren't changing the resources. So let's go check out why that's happening, right? So our persistent panel update resource rate. Okay, so that happens at some point. Update storage amount. So this is the one that actually needs to update, right? So, so it goes through all of it, and it goes update Vulkan resources. Okay, so okay, who calls this? The view model itself? Wait, I'm confused. No, I'm just stupid. Persistent panel view updates this, okay. Okay, so an update, so every second, okay. So that's fine because it's the persistent panel view. And it updates the storage amount and the resource amount. Okay, that's perfect. The only question is now, in the model, it gets those storage amounts from Vulkan. And that should just work. Because it returns resources. Though the only reason this might not work is if for some reason we're not actually using the resources. Our resources, they're not going down, actually. Okay, so let's see our behavior here. So, okay, when we start, it does try consume recipe. And it's got a recipe, I'm assuming, actually. I don't actually know. Maybe the recipes aren't set. So if I go to modules, deep extraction. Yeah, no. We definitely have something, and we have amounts. Oh, but these are tiny amounts. That could be part of the problem. I might just not be able to see it because the numbers are too big and it rounds. Because it's thousands of resources. Okay, let's give ourselves less starting resources and let's just check it again, because maybe it does work then. Yeah. So let's just give ourselves 100. Right, maybe we can do a little bit more.
volatile matter. We can do the rest. Save. Okay. Yeah, let's just try that and see. Maybe if these numbers are smaller, we can actually see them being used. Yeah, because these recipe amounts for deep extraction module, that's nothing. Okay. Wait, why do I have 160,000? Okay, I'll have to check now. So production. Okay, so we selected a deep extraction 1. Okay, no, we do use our resources. So we put those in queue. I don't know what it uses. I think it uses these ones, so just basic resources. Yeah, okay, that works. So our resources are going down. Okay, so it was working. It was just we had such a massive amount, and with the significant figures and all that nonsense, it just didn't show. Okay, so I don't have to do anything there. I might have to make them more expensive, though. Why is my volatile matter? Yes, sorry. Sorry for bumping the mic. Did it change the volume? No. I need to put it here. It added 160k because I have, 16 different types of resources, and I put it in the loop. Okay. My bad. Okay, so that's if that works then. We can either just fix the UI to look a little better, which I don't really care for, to be honest. It works, so I don't much care. What we can do at least, because this is kind of annoying, tools. No, Windows, UI toolkit. The one thing I want to do is the element itself. That pink color is too light. I'm struggling to read the text that's placed on top of it. So that's the only thing I really think we can change. I could change the text color with this if I wanted to. But let's not worry about that. We can do also is just orientation stuff. So center everything nicely. The name itself, we can have it centered. Okay, just some small changes. Okay, also the icon selector. I'm not happy with it, the way it's opening the menu to select icons. But maybe, it shouldn't just be an icon selector. Yeah, because right now it's opening the menu like that, right? So it's just a long thing. There should be icons, but they don't exist. Or maybe we have icons and name, and then a list is better. Okay, shipbuilding, that's a bit expensive. Let's just do deep extraction. Yeah, okay, that looks better. So now I can read it clearly because it's on a dark background. Okay, I can't see the button anymore. Oh. What happened? What happened to my button? Window. Quickly. UI toolkit. Debugger. Pick an element. You there. Where's the button? Ah, for crying out loud. Okay, can I pause production? I can pause production. Okay, fantastic.
Pick element. Okay, so their heights got reset to 0. Why the hell did that happen? Oh, it must have been one of these buttons that I clicked, right? Unset. Yeah, I'm not even sure where the cross axis and all that stuff is. Yeah, okay. I can force the height as well, just to make sure they don't do anything weird. But I don't really like doing that. I think it's... Oh no, my player boat broke. Ah, we're back. Okay. So that works. Production. Whatever. Advanced solar. Okay, so the button is back now. Okay. So we are using the resources. This thing uses, I think it uses metals and whatever those things are. I don't remember. Okay, so next up we need to... So, I added 2 power modules, right? But now, as you can see, this is now a power module that's giving you power. But I have no way of adding the new modules. Right, so even though if I go to production and I produce something like a deep extraction mining module, and I produce 1 of them. Right, so there we go, we're producing 1, and that's great once it's finished. So it's finished, but if I go to extraction, I only have this 1 module. So it wasn't installed automatically, but that's one thing. Which is fine, I don't necessarily want it to install automatically. But I need to have a way of installing them. That's the next thing, I think. Okay, so this is on a node. This is a node, right? So a node, it's got a root, it's got a type, a holder, module selector holder. I think this is essentially the holder that I was thinking about. So the module selector is where you add new modules. So I put a holder there, but I haven't actually done anything with it. So the question is, do I do something about it now? Or is that a little bit of a too big a task for today? I feel like that's quite a lot of work. So, and I've been going for 4 hours. So what I'll do, let's go here and I'll do on my to-do list. We can take this stuff, slap it there. Right. Yeah, so we need to make the node module selection work. Right. Okay, so we need to do that. We can add the new models if we feel like it. So what are the other things we should be thinking about doing shortly? So then we can do extraction, we can do power generation, we can do processing, and we can do production for, well, just manufacturing of modules. Right. So the next thing I need to think about is getting the shipbuilding working. Okay, get shipbuilding working. And that kind of means we need to make ships. Or at least a ship, right? And what I mean by that is we need to actually go and add ship recipes, and I can make spelling errors in my to-do list. I don't think I'm going to fix this stuff. We need to add ship recipes and SOs, right? Scriptable objects, because I don't have any. But that I need to do. And then potentially I can make it work, I guess. So make node module selection work, right? Some of the other things I might need to do before I get there is have modules be stored somewhere, right? So module storage type of thing. Now I think my storage, I did something about that. Yeah, we have this shippables. Right, I don't think I do anything with it. Oh, no, I do add shippable, remove shippable, get shippables. Okay, so I thought about this already. Where do I add a shippable? What? Oh, okay, yeah, I was building stuff already, I see. Try add module. Can add module. Oh wow, I was building things ahead of time. I wasn't even able to make modules yet, but I was adding them already. Okay, so we do can add module, which just checks if the module size is small enough for the space remaining. And then it adds the module. So try add module is called by my node panel view. Oh, and it's actually what Vulkan uses to add modules. Oh, that's why I built this. Okay. Okay, now that's fine. So we could do this. We don't remove modules yet, but that could be a thing in the future. Okay. So adding the module should actually be straightforward. We just need to have it be stored somewhere. Right, and I think it's a shippable, so I guess that's where I want to store them. So modules are shippables, so they can get stored in my storage. And then I just need to get all the shippables, which apparently I do. Get available modules. I guess this is just checking. Oh, it's using, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so it's getting the module. Okay, when it adds the module. Okay. So I've actually built quite a bit of this. We just need the production link up to happen. Okay, so that won't be too bad. And then we can still work on making things look better. But yeah, for now, I think I'm gonna leave it there. Because it's already been over 4 hours. My voice is getting a little bit tired. Poor me, hey? Poor baby. So let's go raid somebody. Let's see if anybody is online that I remember from when I was doing this last time. Don't think I know any of these people. Let's see. Same category, maybe? Maybe that's what I need to look for. Probably. Oh, wait. I also need to filter for language, hey? In game development, English. Honestly, I don't know. Let's just send you to this guy. Over here. See what he's doing. Start the raid, guys. Enjoy. I will see you guys next time. Okay, let me just go to ending. And I'll say, cheers.